Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh my god. This thing working? Meow, 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 meow. Hello, G-Talk. What's up? What's up? Woo. Heat, I'm so tired. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I'm so tired, bro. Meow, 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 meow. Can't wait to be Copy Strike today. I'm so excited to be Copy Strike today. Holy shit, I'm so excited. I've never been more excited than this. Oh my god. Boy Vito. I'm so excited to be. Oh my god, this is like so excited. Target is way too long, bro. Wow. Oh. Test, 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 test. Yeah, this should be fine, I think. I'm just gonna bump my own volume up. Ba-dum, ba-dum, stay with me. 真夜中のドアを叩き今目の前 Stay with me 今ならあ、何もないのか。Whoa. Nice lag, bros. Oh. 'This music is like the music equivalent of low contrast art. The highs and the lows are like so close or something. It feels like you can't really hear what they're singing. Ornaga aita. 季節が今目の前 Stay with me 夢をしてミャミャミャミャミャミャしたああ、なんで I'll just leave it inside. Okay. Ba-da, ba-da. Yeah, I copy. Secondary go first. Okay. Friday, Friday, Chinatown. So Friday, Friday, Chinatown. Neon sign. Hell yeah. Chinatown. Target is fine. I think it reads. Chinatown. Been a fool to myself. I thought that I could live with no one else, but now, through all the hurt and pain, it's time for me to respect the ones you love me more than anything. So with sadness in my heart, feel the best thing I could do is end it all and leave forever. What's done is done, it feels so bad, but once was happy, now is sad. I'll never love again, my world is ending. I wish that I Hello, George. Woo! Holy shit. Holy shit. Love and pride. So that it's killing me inside. Obviously not drunk, by the way. Meow 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 meow. that I could never love again. I've lost
Everything.
everything.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired, man. Like I didn't really get enough nap today. Holy shit, I was feeling kind of nauseous before stream started because you know, like you're awake, well, what? I have to wake up when you're like in the middle of that cycle, the sleep cycle thing. That's a bit of a shock to the old noggin. Big shock. Yaik. What? Anyways, I'm feeling a little bit better. Still kind of tired though. Tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. No. Oh yeah. I'm not really gonna do anything too special today. I'm just gonna be drawing Faye everything. I don't know if I want to color. Color is a pain, yes. Color is not fun, man. Color is not fun. Whoever invented color should go to jail. Ah. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, it's not tired, just a little bit crazy today. Holy shit. It takes energy to hide the crazy. That's the first filter to go. Valentine. Valentino. Gift rat. Of course, yourself. Give rat the moon. Your moons. Something only you can give. Yeehaw. I'm not a big gift person. Well, by that I mean I've never given a gift. Because I'm also not a big gift receiver. I think my views on certain things are not very healthy. I see a lot of these things as more transactional based. So if there's a gift, there must be a take. The giveth and the taketh, and vice versa. Because I rather avoid situations like that, I would just not giveth and try not to taketh. Sometimes not taketh is rude, so you have to taketh. I would say, like, I mean, like, it's always about the time spent, right? I would say gifts should always just be some kind of... Yeah, I don't know. If I do gifts, if I give gifts, it will have to be something that only I can give, I would say, right? Because otherwise, like, what's so special about my gift versus someone else's gift? Like, someone else could give them, like, a freaking... I don't know, like a new headset, you know, stuff like that. Like, there's a difference between you buying a headset that you know that they always wanted, and that they may have not told that many people about, right? That between you and them, you have spent time together, and then you learn about that information. So it's still something that only you can do, in a sense. So even though you're buying something generic, it's only something you could have known and bought. That still counts, right? Like, but other than that, if it's going to be like just a generic old headset, generic old keyboard, you know, like, what's the point, right? You might as well make something custom. I would always try to, if I were to do it. That's why I don't like doing it. It's such a pain in the ass, by the way. But if I were to really want to give someone a gift, it would have to be something that only I can do. You can draw them a piece of art, right? Draw them pregnant. Only you could have done that. Holy shit. That is the answer. Draw them pregnant now, do it! Give them twins! Quadruplets! Yay! Plap, plap, plap. Yeah! Oh. I don't know if redacting has any point, because it gets archived, George. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know what kind of stuffed animal to give her. Give. I like the meme with the dog and the stick. No take, only throw. But then it refuses to give you the freaking stick to throw. That's good. Oh my god, this light's so good. What am I doing, bro? I'm tired. Oh, shit. When can I retire? I feel like everyone around me is kind of trying to buy stocks or something. But then like it takes a lot of time to research and look into it, so I'm just too tired to do anything about it as well. I'm sighing a lot because I can't breathe properly. Because I get tired, I just kind of forget to sometimes. Please don't mind. Well, it's dipping today. Alright, all my... Okay, my end... Okay, hang on. I know Bitcoin's fallen so much. I don't know why, though. Why has it fallen so much? In the past month, it's fallen like 30%. Why is that? People hate money or something? Can I get some? What's this? In the past, oh no, but it's like almost a year. October, yeah, it's fallen by half, right, since the peak. Peakaroni pepperoni. Right, let me see, what was S&P 500 doing? Yeah, S&P looks really good. It's still climbing pretty well. But there's a dip right now, actually. You're right. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. There's just not enough money, you know, like, out of tech? Okay. I'll put off my $100 on like the fried chicken store near me or something. I'll go in there and I'll be like, hey, give me $100 worth of stocks. And then they'll take out like a $100 worth of like chicken stock. And then they'll give it to me. And I'm like, I'll come back next year and sell this back to you. They're like, please don't do that, we'll call the cops. What the fuck am I talking about? Yes, guy, give me all your money. I promise I give them back. Don't worry, guys. Even if it's a Ponzi scheme, the early bird still gets the worm, you know, like Ponzi schemes only take off because the initial people do make money, you know. Am I right or am I right? Think about it. You can be the early birds. you You can get in and get out before people get arrested. Great. Great shit. For legal reasons, that was a joke. I have 3 viewers here, right? I only see 2 names in the chat. One of them must be an FBI agent. Sorry, I don't know if FBI cares about shit like this. Probably like something else, right? I actually don't know who cares about the Ponzi scheme stuff. I want to draw something like kind of custom looking stuffed animal, but I don't know how to do stuffed animal design. Okay. Yeah, maybe G-Talk is the agent. They only ever say hi. Oh, hello, Bungus. Oh my god. Not cute. Alright, well... Okay, hang on. Meow, 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 meow. Don't I have a set of sequences that I had before? Interesting. Why don't I have any... Oh, wait, hang on. It is, but in this economy, it really is kind of crazy if you want to buy a house, have a family, and settle down with kids. It really doesn't feel that feasible. No dollar bills. Yeah, something goal. Let me see the charts. I haven't seen the charts this like in recent. Ah, who cares? It's probably too late anyways. Everybody's so scared. Everybody buy gold. But it's not like they hold on to the gold. Everybody moved it out of Bitcoin, huh? Is it time to buy Bitcoin now then? Buy now and just wait for it to go back to max. 100% gains, guys. Nothing really hits the in-between. Sorry, I'm talking about the designs. Is this AI? This looks AI or almost. Meow, meow. The only independence, true independence, is financial independence. Yay. Okay, let me think. The sequence doesn't have to run this way, right? I can still go like this way or something. You can get like a giant S plush, like a huge one. But what would it be though? Give her many, I guess. So target hand would be here. Other target would be here. No. What's the angle here? No, I'm kind of blind still. Hang on. 5, 6, 7, and 9. On the topic of computers, right? So currently the system is running decently well. We do crash once in a while, but it's not that common. But at the same time, I think because of the instability, it's kind of making certain things a little bit harder. Like if I want to record a time lapse, or if I want to record the screen, for example, then it becomes super scary because more likely than not we're gonna crash and we're gonna lose the data. So just for peace of mind and just so things don't really get delayed simply because technology is holding us back, I think and also because computer has been, it's like 7 years old now, so why don't I get a new one? I went in and got some prices and stuff. I still haven't reviewed it yet. But I'm gonna review it. I'm probably just gonna go grab one. Something that's pre-built, you know. Building it would have been fun, but it's also time that is not really that well spent, I would argue. The last thing I want would be like a blue screen of death. Not blue screen. I just want, like, if it doesn't post, or we get an ESD and then it just doesn't work, or we have to install Windows and other nonsense, kind of pain in the ass. So I'm just gonna get a pre-built, and then once the system comes in, I can just forget about this as an issue, right? And then the other thing is, I've been thinking about, I still want to make the video I want to make, right? The main issue with that is still 100% what to put in the video. Is like what people would see. And the main idea there was to just have a time-lapse of random paintings, right? Random paintings that I've been doing on stream. But I think it'd be kind of cool if instead of just one type of art, like it would be multiple time lapse of many different areas of art. We can go through animation. We can have a time lapse of making some quick animations. We can have a time lapse of doing something simpler, doing a study, or like doing more hardcore stuff like the stuff that we did before so far. So it's all more stuff that we can do. But all that requires a stable system. So for that reason, I think we should just go ahead with getting a new computer. I just need to parse through the list of prices and then figure out what is the sort of decision-making factor, I think. And then we can move forwards. I'm getting stuck again because I'm contemplating technical correctness. I don't know what to commit over here. I want to commit to one singular plush. That would be nice, but I don't know what it would be. It's kind of tight in there. Right? Hard to work. Whoa. Whoa, why is Deemer's camera on? Come on. What? What is this? Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. What, George? Hello? Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hee ha ha. Hee ha ha. Well, I hope they enjoy themselves amidst the conglomeration of gooners. As long as people are feeling comfortable, that is very, very nice. Desu. I know there was like a sequence that I saw. I don't know how to find it again. The volume is so not balanced. You kind of need our own kind of mascot character, I think. Kind of like how Arknights have those beans. Not a big fan of those beans. Yeah, I'm not so sure if I like stuff like this though. Dubious. Too furry, I think, of a design is also a bit of a problem. Not that it inherently is a problem, it's just that the second set of face, I think, is a bit distracting. Something more simplified would probably be a little bit better to serve as a counterpart, right? Because the focus needs to be on her face, not on the stuffed animal's face. That's kind of what I'm thinking of when I'm trying to come up with this. Yeah, everything else kind of doesn't really work either, huh? We'll just use Glaceon for now, I think. Too much pain, yes. To come out with something new. What's the sequence here? Oops. Kind of big. A little bit too big, perhaps? I need to know her body, though. Hee ha ha. Check. Right. Yeah, not yet. I get line 1. No. Right, it's kind of weird, right? Given the shoulders. This would not work. That これが一番かな。I think it's because the angle was never meant to be like this, right? It's more like a side view, isn't it? Lots of demand for cloud. Wow, I have no idea. That's a very good question. I know in the past, that was a huge push, right? And then all the cloud thingies, they all exploded. And then now, I believe, because of all the AWS outage, was a Cloudflare outage. But Cloudflare is slightly different. There has been sort of a movement to try and move back. Okay, I will preface this by saying I have zero idea because I'm not in the industry for cloud. I also don't work with cloud on a daily basis. I think it's like the same with everything out there in this world, is that in the beginning there's a huge surge in sort of interest and demand. Then afterwards there'll be a correction, right? It's just like the markets will. But I think in general, I think cloud is providing a pretty unique solution that I think a lot of companies will still find. Yeah, but like that's not the issue here, right? The issue here isn't whether if the solution is necessarily useful or not. It is a useful solution, right? Taking away the upfront capital cost, taking away like wasted resources of just dollar bills burning and going to servers when there's no need for it. It's more of whether if it makes them money. And I think like the cloud service providers kind of charge pretty decently high. I believe I've seen something saying that they don't necessarily save that much using clouds. But it's kind of hard to say. Yeah, I don't know what kind of position you are asking that question from, George. Because personally, I don't think cloud is gonna just disappear. Right? Whether if it's still gonna be a huge thing, I think it will still be a decently big thing. Because of the the benefits that it does provide. And also I believe, you know, I would like to trust that, you know, the greed of the corporations would not allow their existing demand and consumers to just disappear because they're charging way too much money. I feel like if people are leaving cloud because of the prices, they will probably just lower the prices and try to get people to come back. So I think cloud demand will just continue to be there. It may not be as high as it was before, but it should reach some decently high levels, like equilibrium at a decently high level, I think, of utilization. Is what I would like to think. Again, no idea what people are truly feeling. The only thing I can say is that my friend who works in another company, a very big company, their companies do leverage, I would like to say leverage AWS for somewhat frivolous activities that doesn't really require a cloud, but they are using it anyways. So that kind of signals to me that like, hey, you know what? They're kind of okay with doing this shit still. It's kind of how it feels like. But again, you know, I have zero idea how valuable cloud is or isn't. Personally, I would... I mean, yeah, like, I mean... Let me think. If I were to have to deploy something to that scale, I would most definitely use cloud, just simply because I think I cannot afford the infrastructure. But at the same time, like, if... but I don't know if it's sustainable, though. Like, would I be able to sustain the costs? It doesn't feel like I would be able to sustain the cost for very long. Also, I hate AWS and all the cloud service provider. Any subscription-based nonsense, to be honest. It's probably just the same thing. They're going to charge me a bunch of money even though I don't know what they're charging me for. I cannot see the body of this angle. I'm so screwed. Oh, art is so fun, guys. Holy shit. Never-ending torture. Right now, it definitely feels like I can't really draw. I mean, I can really draw. I think in the past, I might have just given up. Also, I'm getting copyright warnings. Here we go. Meow, meow, meow. Once the first one comes, the next ones are kind of a pain in the ass. So I'm just gonna switch over to another fish. Hello, Maxi. Yeah, before I would have a tendency to just quit right now because it is I have no real idea of what I want to do. I don't really want to do anything. So therefore forcing forwards is gonna be a painful process. But then I think over 300 streams of like this thing happening many times. There is a pathway forwards. No, actually based off of the experience thus far, including ones from yesterday. It's more of a warm-up sequence thing. We don't have enough sort of shapes and ideas and stuff loaded into our brains, especially if you're tackling new topics like stuff like stuffed animals and stuff that we don't usually draw. Due to the lack of existing stuff, it becomes really hard to just kind of autopilot through. But then if we collect enough shapes and just draw enough shapes and stuff down, put it on the canvas, eventually the thing will take off. And then the system would just get switched on. And then we can do something like what we did yesterday. Even if in the beginning we didn't really feel like it.
Take my breath away. Altar I will break and sculptor I will clay. Oh mama, you're taking me out of
The ordinary.
I want you laying me down till we're dead and buried. I'm on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your vine.
The angels up in the clouds.
Start jealous knowing we found something so loud of
The
the
ordinary,
ordinary.
ordinary.
You got me kissing the ground of your sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Shatter me with your touch, Lord, return me to dust.
The angels up in the clouds.
So jealous knowing we found
Ordinary.
higher than ecstasy whenever you're next to me.
Oh.
World was black and white until I saw your light. I thought you had to die. We'll find something so out of the ordinary.
Ordinary.
I want you laying me down till we're dead and buried. I'm on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your vine.
Angels up in the clouds.
So jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary.
Ordinary.
You got me kissing the ground of your sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
Shatter me with your touch, Lord, return me to dust.
The angels up in the clouds.
Are jealous knowing we found.
Angry, angry. Why still look so angry?
I don't feel a single thing. Have the pills done too much? Haven't caught up with my friends in weeks, and now
Like the
we're
national
out of
anthem of this
touch.
channel.
I've been driving in LA, and the world it feels too big. Like a floating ball that's bound to break. Snap my psyche like a twig. And I just wanna see if you feel the same as me. Do you ever get a little bit tired of life? Like you're not really happy but you don't wanna die. Like you're hanging by a thread but you gotta survive. But you gotta survive. Like your body's in the room but you're not really there. Like you have but you don't really care. Like you're fresh out of love but it's been in the air. Am I past repair? A little bit tired of trying to care when I don't. A little bit tired of quick repairs to cope. A little bit tired of sinking. There's water in my boat. I'm barely breathing, trying to stay afloat. Repairs to cope. Guess I'm just broken and broke. Prescription's on its way with a name I can't pronounce. And the dose I gotta take. Boy, I wish that I could count. Cause I just wanna see if this could make me happy. Do you ever get a little bit tired of life? Like you're not really happy but you don't wanna die. Like you're hanging by a thread but you gotta survive. Cause you gotta survive. Like your body's in the room but you're not really there. Like you haven't the inside but you don't really care. Like you're fresh out of love but it's been in the air. And my past repair. A little bit tired of trying to care when I don't. A little bit tired of quick repairs to cope. A little bit tired of sinking. There's water in my boat. I'm barely breathing, trying to stay afloat. Repairs to cope. Do you ever get a little bit tired of life? You're not really happy but you don't wanna die. Like a numb little fish but it's gotta survive. That's gotta survive. Little fish that's gotta survive. To you.
Meow, 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 meow.
Watashi wa watashi なたはあなたとゆうべ言ってたそんな気もするわ
Broski.
グレーのジャケットに見覚えがあるコーヒーのシミ相変わらずなのねショーウィンドウに二人映れば
Ta-dum, ta-dum.
Stay with me 真夜中のドアを
叩くな。
帰らないでと泣いたあの季節が今目の前
Stay with me.
口癖を言いながら
It's not cute though. Stupid ass Glaceon. It's kind of like a potato.
まだ忘れず大事にしていた
Meow, meow, meow. Is it too long? Where'd he go? Oh.
恋と愛とは違うものだよと夢で言われたそんな気もするわ二度目の冬が来て離れていたあなたの心振り返ればいつもそこにあなたを感じていたの Stay with me 真夜中のドアを叩き心に穴が
Excuse me? Hello, Igami. Ground pounding? Where? Which one? Which one? Which pose are you? This one? They just make her ride a plush and then get banned on off stream. Off YouTube, I mean. Can't have her ass over here. Oh no, this is meant to be like right at her face. So her face, her chin is to be here. She's kind of like just hugging it. What's the idea anyways?
Stay with me 真夜中のドアを叩き
叩くな。
帰らないでと泣いた
Meow 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 meow. I just cannot draw the stuffed animal. It doesn't look cute. It looks kind of cursed. Nakuna. Tatakunatte.
あの季節が今目の前 Stay with me
Also, is a Glaceon, by the way.
まだ忘れず温めてた
Wait, what is the issue with your arm, Igami? Is it like an injury or is it like an exercise thing?
Pour me a heavy dose of atmosphere 'Cause postcards to you, 'cause I wish you were here.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Why does it look so dumb?
I watch the night turn light blue, but it's not
Not the same without you.
'cause it takes two to whisper quietly. Silence isn't so bad till I look at my hands and feel sad. 'Cause the spaces between my fingers are right where yours fit perfectly. I'll find repose in new ways, though I haven't slept in 2 days. 'Cause cold nostalgia chills me to the bone.
Oh,
Drenched in vanilla twilight,
Lamal.
I'll sit on the front porch all night, waist deep in thought, because when I think of you, I don't feel so
Meow,
alone.
meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
I don't feel so alone.
I don't feel so alone. Whoa.
As many times as I blink, I'll think of you.
You stayed up all night
And
because your friend wouldn't let you sleep, and your arm aches. Explosion. What?
I'll think of you tonight.
In pain? Well, since it's not an injury related pain, it's only one way forwards. More pain.
And I'll forget the world that I knew, but I swear I won't forget you. Oh, if my voice could reach back through the past, I'd whisper in your ear. Oh, darling, I wish you were here.
Meow, 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 meow. More pain. Life is pain. More life. More pain. No pain, no gain. More pain, more gains. What? God damn, no talent for this. Holy shit, this sucks. It's kind of mid. I guess this is kind of how it goes. Like, I don't want to match the ref. I want to find something that's cute. In terms of proportions, the sizing, right? Like, certain things should be made bigger. Certain things made smaller to emphasize cuteness, because we don't really have to follow reality here. Like, big ears might be cuter. Ears that kind of fall down is also a bit cuter, I would say. Imagine. Imagine. And I wish I know more Warhammer 40k quotes. I don't have enough. Surely there must be something here that's appropriate with regards to pain. Wow, Lidu. You are Warhammer 40k related on demand. What is it? Into the fires of war, onto the anvils of war. Wait, what? No? What was it? Salamanders? Into the fires of battle, onto the anvils of war. Let's see.
The worst things in life comes free to us, and just under the upper hand. Going for the hookups. We don't wanna go outside tonight. And in a pipe she flies to the motherland. Sells love to another man. It's too cold outside. For angels to fly. An angel will die.
Courage and honor for the Emperor. I'm just a poser, by the way. I don't play the tabletop. I don't read the books. I didn't even play Space Marine. I'm just a poser. I got a lot of freaking Warhammer 40k YouTube shorts. Now I don't get any more. And then but one Korean one slept through, which I thought was really funny. YouTube was like, this guy's learning Korean. Let's send him one Korean one. What? They made a very interesting universe, and I like the fact that they left it like it's so big, right? So there's a lot of aspects of it that are not necessarily defined, or like there's so many parties that's involved that you can kind of theory craft a lot of things. So like as a fan, you get to sort of participate, and there's so much to do. You can like think of so many things. Pretty little baby.
Pretty little baby. Pretty
Little baby.
You say that maybe you'll be thinking of me. And
Yes, lead me to the slaughter, brother.
I'm hoping that you do. You can ask the flowers. I sit for hours telling all the bluebirds.
Whoa, don't sit for hours. That's not healthy.
Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you.
Definitely not what I do on stream, of course.
Now is just the time while both of us are young. Puppy love must have its day. Don't you know it's much more fun to love while the heart is young and gay. Meet me at the car hop or at the pop shop. Meet me in the moonlight or in the daylight.
Something I still don't like about this thing.
I'm so in love with you. Not this song. Pretty little fishy. Pretty little crabby. Why are so crabby? Grumpy, grumpy, grumpy. Now is the time. Both of us are young. Puppy love must have its day. Don't you know it's much more fun to love while the heart is young and gay? Meet me at the car hop or at the pop shop. Meet me in the moonlight or in the daylight. Pretty little baby, I'm so in
Yum,
love
yum, yum.
with you. said pretty little baby. Oh, pretty little baby.
Pretty little grumpy.
Pretty little baby. I don't know how this is gonna go. But we'll see. Wait, ready? Ready? Okay, this part.
ここだけちょっと
It's here.
いいよ。いや、いい Wait, bigger?
Still alive, but I'm barely breathing. Just praying to a God that I don't believe in. 'Cause I got time while she got freedom. 'Cause when a heart breaks, no, it don't break even. Her best days will be some of my worst. She finally met a man that's gonna put her first. Well, I'm wide awake, she's no trouble sleeping. 'Cause when a heart breaks, no, it don't break even. What am I supposed to do?
Perspective is kind of wrong. I want to show the cheek here. That's why I don't want to do this. But either way, the way that she's facing versus the way the plush is facing is kind of slightly different. Let me see if I can cheat this. It's not gonna be that simple, I don't think.
They say bad things happen for a reason. The nose wise force gonna stop it bleeding. 'Cause she's moved on while I'm still grieving. And when a heart breaks, no, it don't break even. Oh, what am I gonna do when the best part of me was always you? And what am I supposed to say when I'm all choked up and you're okay? I'm falling to pieces. Yeah, I'm falling to pieces. I'm falling to pieces.
Reese's Pieces.
Falling to pieces. Pieces. Reese's Pieces.
Hmm?
Oh, you got his heart in my heart and none of the pain. You took the suitcase and I took the plane. I'm trying to make sense of what little remains. Oh, 'cause you left me with no love and no love to my name. Still alive, but I'm
If we go offline, it's either because I crashed or copyright doesn't like me anymore.
just praying to a God that I don't believe in. 'Cause I got time while she got freedom.
Either way, you'll still see me on Twitch eventually.
No, it don't break, no, it don't break even. No, what am I supposed to do when the best part of me was always you? What am I supposed to say when I'm all choked up and you're okay? I'm falling to pieces. I'm falling to pieces. Yeah, I'm falling to pieces. I'm falling to pieces. No, it don't break even. No,
I need to decide on like the natural stopping point for like the YouTube streams. Not that we'll never stream again, but like this whole idea of style development, I think there should be a logical conclusion. And then after that, we can decide. I can decide if I want to stay on YouTube's, or I can move on to Twitch, because Twitch at least we can play copyrighted music or whatnot, without having to worry about getting nuked off the platform. I wonder what the conclusion will look like, right? Because I feel like it should be some kind of finale where we tackled on something really complex, kind of like what we did before, but executed like very fast or very comfortably or like very well. It's kind of hard to judge exactly what would constitute as
when I'm awfully low,
well, per
when
se.
the world is
It's not like we have a metric.
I will feel a glow.
In all likelihood, it's just gonna be like me saying that, hey, this is really good. And then that would be that, I would say.
The way you look
Because,
tonight.
yeah, it's mostly about how I feel, right? Because if I feel confident and I feel ready, then
Yes, you're
that's the conclusion of it.
lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. With each stray, your tenderness grows, tearing my fear apart. And that laugh wrinkles your nose, touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. And that laugh wrinkles your nose,
Wrinkles your nose?
touches my foolish heart.
What does that mean?
Lovely, don't you ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you just the way you look tonight.
Let's see. So one of her hands is which hand? Left hand? And then the other hand goes down, right? Well, it wouldn't necessarily be that much low. Ouch. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, symmetrical. Elbow position should be symmetrical. One comes up, one goes down, I would say. Kind of like that. I wonder Glaceon have like her paws come out here or something.
I've been cheated by you since I don't know when. So I made up my mind, it must come to an end. Look at me now. Will I ever learn? I don't know how. But I suddenly lose control.
The
There's a
target for
fire
Glaceon would
within
be
my soul. Just one look and I can hear a bell ring. One more look and I forget everything. Whoa, whoa, mamma mia. Here I go again. My, how can I resist you? Mamma mia. Does it show again? My, just how much I missed you. Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? Mamma mia, now I really know. My, I could never let you go. I forgot to leave.
I don't know. I'm just gonna hand wave that. I don't care. Main target would be the alignment goes with.
I can't count
Huh.
all the times that I've told you we're through. And when you go, when you slam the door, I think you know that you won't be away too Just one look and I can hear the bell ring. One more look and I forget everything. Wow, Mamma Mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist you? Mamma Mia, does it show again? My, just how much I miss you. Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? Mamma Mia, even if I say bye, leave me now or never. Mamma Mia, it's a game we play. Bye, doesn't mean forever. Mamma Mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist you?
Mamma mia.
Mamma Mia, does it show again? My, just how much I miss ya. Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we started. Why did I ever let you go? Mamma Mia, now I really know. My, I could never let you go. Do it, fish.
Kind of confused about what this expression is supposed to feel like.
Oh, her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. Her hair falls perfectly without her trying. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Yeah, I know, when I compliment her, she won't believe me. It's so sad to think that she don't see what I see. But every time she asks me, do I look okay? I say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are.
There's not a thing that I won't change. Everything's gotta go. R.
Her lips, I could kiss them all day if she let me. Her laugh, she hates but I think it's so sexy. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Oh, you know I never ask you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, then
That is
just
not
say
true.
the
You asked me to
same.
change the light bulb just yesterday. What are you talking
Do
about?
I look okay? You know I
Stop gaslighting me.
say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I
won't
would
change.
change.
Yeah.
'Cause you're amazing, just the way you
Oh man, I don't know.
are. And when you smile,
Why is the priority here? I think the body goes in first, right? Surely the body takes precedence. What am I using? Did my pen? Wait, what? Oh, I must have tapped it. Okay. Wait, no, what am I using? It's not even the right brush. I'm so confused for like a second.
Just the way you are. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you
Ugh.
are. stops and stares for a while as you're amazing. Just the way you
What? You get me? Is that message delayed?
You can never know what it's like. Your blood like winter freezes just like ice. And there's a cold, lonely night that shines from you. You'll wind up like the wreck you hide behind the mask you use. And if you think this fool could never win, well look at me, I'm coming back again. I got a taste of love in a simple way. And if you need to
It
know
doesn't
what
look
I'm
very
saying,
comfortable, does it? Hang on, let me
just
think about this.
stay
Because the
that
volume
way.
of the
Don't you know I'm still standing
body of the
better than
plush
I
is
ever
not
did.
really at the head.
Looking like a true survivor. Feeling
Yeah,
like a
actually given
little
the so what I was thinking he is doing would probably push it a lot higher.
Picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
Actually, I don't know what the body of the plush looked like.
Once I never hoped to win. Starting down
Let me
the
think
road
about this real
with
quick.
me again. The threats you made were meant to cut me down. And if my love was just a circus, you'd be a clown. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time. Picking up the pieces of my
Yes.
life without you on
Wait, you got me. Are you
my
2 minutes lag
mind.
behind?
I'm still standing.
Wait, the message is like at least 2 minutes
Still
delayed.
standing.
I see, I see, I see. Very cool. Wow, look at the wonders of technology.
Don't you know
I'm
I'm
still
still
standing.
standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time. Picking
Why
up
am
the
I-
pieces of my life
It's breaking.
without you on my
Anyways,
mind. I'm still standing.
shit, what is in here?
I'm still standing.
Because the head wouldn't be in here.
I'm still
Presumably there's a neck. Wait, hang on.
I'm still standing.
Right. I don't know what the body looks like. Hang on, let me think about this.
I'm still standing.
If we're doing the same structure here.
She played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her on the hands. Baby, I just wanna dance. Wait, let me. On her what? Who's Nick? She played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hands. And baby, I just wanna dance. I met her on Grafton Street right outside of the bar. She shared a cigarette with me with her brother played the guitar. She asked me, what does it mean, the Gaelic ink on your arm? Said it was one of my friend's songs, do you want to drink on? She took Jamie as a chase, Jack for the fun. She got Arthur on the table with Johnny riding shotgun. Chat some more, one more drink at the bar. Then put Ben on the jukebox, got up, he danced. She played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hands. And baby, I just wanna
But I don't want
dance.
this,
My
right? This is
pretty
not what I
little
want.
Galway girl.
Didn't really think this through.
You're my
Um,
pretty little Galway girl. My. She beat me at darts and then she beat me at pool. Then she kissed me like there was nobody else in the room. My last orders were called and she stood on the stool. Left her singing to Kellic, singing two tread tunes I never heard. Sung so sweet. Acapella in the bar using her feet for a beat. Oh, I could have that voice put it on repeat for a week. And in
see.
Played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hands. And baby, I just wanna dance, my pretty little
I can have something more like this. More of like a pillow for a body, I think.
Holding her hand was holding mine. Our coats both smell of
Very
whiskey
tricky.
and wine as we fill up our lungs with the cold air of the night. I walked her home and she took me inside, finished some Doritos and another bottle of wine. I swear I'm gonna put you in a song that I write about a Galway girl and a perfect night. She played the fiddle in an Irish band, but she fell in love with an Englishman. Kissed her on the neck and then I took her by the hands. And baby, I just wanna dance, my pretty little Galway girl.
I don't know if it works. Should avoid that. What? Wait, Ralu? What?
It's alright. I lost where I was. I got too many windows open. Now it's okay. It's okay.
She's just like choking her. Fucking chokehold the Glaceon over here. He's like, I'm sorry, I have to kill you. Holy shit. For the Emperor. I think Pokemon will be banned in Warhammer 40k because it doesn't look human. You might be a Xenos sympathizer if you play Pokemon.
I survived.
I have lost vision for this. It's not matching up. It's kind of difficult. Everything here is pretty new.
If you ever leave me, babe,
I think this kind of makes sense. Like, going bouncing back and forth between like different sketches. You have one idea, you try it, doesn't work. It's okay. Try it. Go back to another sketch, and then just continue.
take a whole lot of medication.
As long as you're staying active, you're just constantly working and going.
Realize what we used to have
Eventually, something will come out of it. Just kind of like what happened yesterday.
or there's no religion that could save me. No matter how long my knees are on the floor.
My beans are on the floor. What?
Oh, so keep in mind all the sacrifices I'm making. Will keep you by my side.
Yeah, yesterday is just a pot of nonsense. Eventually, I arrived at this. A lot of the sketchups were lost because of the crash. It was a super hardcore crash that corrupted the files. And there were no recovery files that I could recover from. But we kind of spent like an hour and a half just kind of going around in circles. Basically, was what it was. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing the piece that we really want to do, right? That really complicated one. Because I'm worried that it's going to nuke the file if I do it without a stable computer. That's why things are kind of on delay until my my computer situation is sorted out. But it should be over this weekend, right? I'm just going to go out. I'm just going to go grab something that is decent but not insanely overpriced. And yeah, Igami, it's not only saving every 5 minutes. You have to save 2 files because the main file itself got corrupted, right? So if you only have 1 file, you would have still lost the progress. That's kind of how insane it was. That's why I'm doing this where I have 2 save files. I save the current file and then I overwrite the other one, and that automatically switches me. Well, it doesn't matter if it switches or not, but so we have 2 files essentially. Yeah, it isn't necessarily that much work, but it is kind of annoying, isn't it? Like, it's always the work that isn't necessarily that tedious, sorry, that long, but just you have to repeat like this tiny action every 5 minutes. It's like, what the fuck? It's kind of annoying. This pose might work better, I think. It's kind of like a side view, but I have to shift the body a bit back, but
Every day it'll rain, rain,
Don't just say goodbye. Something isn't right here. What is not right? This is higher.
I'll pick up this broken pieces till I'm bleeding. If that'll make it right, 'cause there'll be no sunlight. If I lose you, baby, there'll be no clear skies. If I lose you, baby, just like the clouds, my eyes will do the same. If you walk away, every day it'll rain, rain, rain.
Every day it would rain? What? Alright, ignore this anatomy issue. I'm just gonna ignore it. What can I do here? Side view means we see side booba. Means we can squish a plush right here
Sorry, I yelled. Sorry.
between the arms and the booba.
Wait, whiplash. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence. Don't you dare look at me that way.
Look at me that
I
way.
don't need Listening to you harp on about some new soulmate. She's so perfect.
I find it so impressive that YouTube can determine whether if it's a cover or not, or if it's the original song. I wonder how feature extraction for music looks like, because it's just one waveform. But then there's the element of time in there. Art, you kind of just play around with the pixels. There's no time issue. But I guess video they also can support. Huh. I wonder if they can support that though. Like the math required in a lot of these things are pretty impressive. Probably someone's, a few people's life work in all together, combined together. Very cool. Legs are kind of big.
What's a girl to do? Lying on my bed staring into the blue. Unrequited, terrifying love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest, I'm telling you today.
Legs are poo-poo farts. Reset.
Oh, Cupid runs right through and shoots an arrow through my heart. And I sound like a loon, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start. Confessed I loved you, just thinking of you. I know I've loved you from the start.
Why can I not see it? Why am I so blinded? What?
Is it? Hiki ni naってもっと私を見てもっと恩返しは愛のこもった投げキスで気のせいじゃない目は当てるよ
気のせいです。
後ずくって恋しちゃってくださいやれること何でもします NG なしで体当たり挑戦エゴサで見つけたアンチの米ふざけんな誰よりバカえてるしでも大丈夫ここに立てばみんながいる
いくよー。
好きになってもっと私を見て
行かない行かない。
もっと恩返しは愛のこもった投げキスでとりくりするもっと
I need a reference for the
夢を
legs,
見
bro.
せる
Not good.
もっと楽しんでて愛のこもったスペシャルナイトファンサしちゃうとおどおどお手紙も書いてください何度も読んで宝物にしますすくやんだるまだ早いけど裏切りません宣言しときます知った嫌がるせいにもわけないふざけんな実力で変わったやるだからやめない負けず嫌い私はいるいくよ飛ばし上げてもっと汗をかいてもっと恩返しは愛のこもったモノビームでもっとまだまだねもっと受け止めてね愛のこもったわがままソングファンさしちゃうとあ終わりが近づく寂 しいね楽しいのに泣きそうだよ次もまた会えるよね
約束
優しさ溢れている言葉も心れない誰かの言葉さえも必要なんだ強くなろう
Just the backup
君
sequence.
叫べ
It's
もっ
fine,
と
this
楽
is
し
fine.
んじゃえもっと忘れないで特別な日になりますように共に歌おうずっと共
What
に
in
歩
between?
もうずっと合言葉はとびっきりの LOVE 好きになってもっと私を見てもっと恩返しは愛のこもった投げキスで虜にするもっと夢を見せるもっと楽しんでて愛のこもったスペシャルナイトファンザしちゃうとファンザしちゃうと
Seems like we have disconnected for a split second here. Good thing it's not a crash.
Traveling on a final combi on a hippie trail for a zombie. I met a strange lady. She made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, "Do you come from a land down under? Where women glow and men plunder? Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover." Buying bread from a man named Presence. He was 6'4", full of muscles. I said, "Do you speak my language?" He just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. Then he said, "I come from a land down under, where beardos flow and men chunder.
Weirdo?
Can't you hear that thunder? You better run, you better take cover." Yeah. What does chunder mean?
Chumbi.
What does that even mean? Oh, the barf? Oh,
I'll deal with that later.
is that like an
Honestly-
Australian word? Chunda. And in it's a Bombay. Selection, not much to say. I say to the man trying to tempt me, because I come from the land of plenty. And he said, "Do you come from a land down under?" Yeah, yeah. Where women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover, 'cause we are living in the land down under, where women glow and men chunder. La 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 la. Sorry. You better run, you better take cover. Living in a land down under, where women glow and men blunder. Can't you hear that thunder? You better run, you better take cover.
Yeah, it's currently unknown what we can put there.
Last of part 2.
So there's one sequence here, and then there's the other.
so quickly. Maybe I should keep this to myself. Wait until I know you better. I am trying not to tell you, but I want to. Scared of what you'll say, so I'm hiding what I'm feeling, but I'm tired of holding this inside my head. I've been spending all my time just thinking about you. I don't know what to do. I think I'm falling for you. I've been waiting all my life, and now I found you. I don't know what to do. I think I'm falling for you. I'm falling for you. As I'm standing here and you hold my hand, pull me towards you, and we start to dance all around us. I see nobody here in silence. It's just you and me. I'm trying not to tell you, but I want to. I'm scared of what you'll say, so I'm trying. When I'm feeling what I'm tired of holding this inside my head. I've been spending all my time just thinking about you. I don't know what to do. I think I'm falling for you. I've been waiting all my life, and now I found you. I don't know what to do.
Surely that's
I
something.
think I'm falling for you. I'm falling for you. Oh, I just can't take it. My heart is racing. The emotions keep spitting out. I've been spending all my time just thinking about you. I don't know what to do. Think I'm falling for you. I've been waiting all my life, and now I found you. I don't know what to do. I think I'm falling for you. I'm falling for you. I think I'm falling for you. I can't stop thinking about it. I want you all around me, and now I just can't hide it. I think I'm falling for you. I think I'm falling for you. Falling for you. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. Oh, I'm falling for you. Falling for you. Da 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 da. White shirt, now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes, creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees, where you don't say thank you or please. I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy. Just can't get
Hello, Dubey.
enough guy. Just always
Hello.
a rough guy. I'm a bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, make some push your dad type. I'm a bad guy.
I'm a sad guy. Yum, 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 yum.
I'm the bad guy.
Yes, Dubey.
I like it when you take control, even if you know that you don't own me. I'll let you play the role, I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing the song. If she reads all the lyrics, she'll pity the men I know. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always a puffed guy. I'm the bad type, make your mama sad type.
No, really? Of all people, Nami go Wayne. Nambari Masu. I think I've seen like, oh, didn't Nami like present her workflow multiple times, I think, for Arknight's events and miscellaneous. I kind of forgot how it went, but the feeling I remember was that but this was before we started painting though. Before we started painting, so every time my only conclusion from what I've seen was that it was really hard to do because there was a lot of painting involved. But then now that we've kind of crossed a little bit of that hurdle, maybe I should revisit the making progress, like some of those videos that were out there. I don't know where they are now though. Also, by the way, I saw this today, that they got like some goodies from yeah, she is, yeah. She drew the Golden Glow, the pink doggo, and also the Mizuki, I think his name was. The squid, not the squid. God damn it, the jellyfish. I was gonna say squishy, but I got corrected to squiddy, and then I only said half of that. It came out as squid. This looks really nice. Like, I mean, like, it's got the shit. It's like, it looks like this. Hello, Nullified. It's got that very what 1970s early computer kind of vibe. What is BA? What are these two keys? Function and like some other key that I've never seen before in my life. But wait, Golden Glow is on the dog? What is that? Meow meow? No way, dude. A pet name corrupted. .file. I would like you to not nullify. This isn't a place for role playing, I would say, unless someone else wants to join. I mean, I'm not I don't know how role playing goes though. I don't know how it works. Oh yeah, and she did the PP too. PP, Pepe. Oh wait, actually, hang on. Forgot to do this. That's my Discord. Holy shit, there's a lot of people today. Let me see. Let me. This is someone drawing them, is it? They're Thai, right? I believe Nami was Thai, right? Was? Oh no, Australian. No, I can't remember. I getting stuff mixed up. So she's Australian. Right. That makes sense. Wait, this interview has no voices.
I didn't really
Oh no, never mind.
draw from ever since I started speaking, ever since I was a baby or something. I didn't pick up a pen, really. I started around high school age. I actually did a lot of hobbies. I did arts and craft. I did stuff like knitting. I did performing arts like acting and
What?
yeah, I did everything but sports.
Was
I'm
she
not
in
good- I'm not good at
Hololive?
Sports. So yeah, around high school ish.
What? She
I
was
don't think
in
I was
Hololive?
really inspired to start drawing. Rather, there was a girl in my class that I thought was really funny, and I thought I wanted to be friends with her. So I decided to start drawing because she used to draw.
Try, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm just gonna go through the I just wanna see the process. Wait, she was Sana Tsukumo?
At that age. I particularly lost my mind with Pokemon around my teen years. I've lost a few of my years just drawing Pokemon. I really
Dang.
like Cardcaptor Sakura. I thought it was very, very cute.
I'm gonna nuke this.
And I like all that. I really enjoyed and did. So not illustration.
Oh wait, this
but
is just like
I went
part
to
1 or something, is it?
university under
Oh, 1
a
out of 3.
graphic
I'm just
design
gonna skip to
degree.
the rendering. Where's the
There
rendering?
wasn't really any kind of illustration course where I lived. My personal rule doing work illustrations is giving my 110% into the work so that I can be proud of it. And did illustration as a job.
So this
And
looks
I
like
thought
some
it
kind
was
of
really,
soft
really
light
crazy
on
because
here,
at that
right? This
time,
is
that kind of
compounding on
thing
the
was
base color.
Not really some sort of pathway you can pursue. Anime and manga, I really like drawing. I really like.
That's some kind of
drawing
glow
that
dodge here.
style and drawing fan art of the hobbies of the anime and manga that I'm really into. So, you know, I want to become an illustrator with my anime and manga style in a Western country, which is kind of crazy, but I thought I could do it. So I worked really hard while doing my degree as a graphic designer. I took while I was in university, I took 2 graphic design places, internships as well while I was studying in university. While I was trying to improve my drawing, I drew a lot of Pokemon in that time as well. I remember coloring sometimes.
Oh wait, what happened here?
Kept diversity, become of the really style.
Oh, so like
this
this.
Country.
Wait, hang on.
Kind of worked really hard while doing my degree.
So there's
as
already
a
some kind
graphic
of layer mode
designer.
overlapping over here.
I took
The glow dodge that was
while
placed
I was in
before,
university, I took
and then the
2
fact that
graphic
she started
design
using I don't know, this might be
places,
screen or something else.
internships as well while I was studying
Maybe likely
in
the screen
university.
brought up a little bit
While I
more
was trying
saturation
to
and brightness
improve my
from the
drawing,
base
I
blue color
drew
here,
a
and
lot of
then
Pokemon at that
compounded
time
with
as well, I
the
remember.
glow dodge to get the
I
really
just kept at it.
fancy thing. I don't know why this is the only place used though. Maybe it's the material.
It was just a style.
So a lot of color tuning at this stage
A
here.
random job.
There's not a
in
lot
someone
of
else's
like
style.
gradients just yet, I think.
Sometimes I did quite a few jobs.
Actually, maybe
with
not
this
true, because I
company.
already see
did,
some
like,
gradients
the line
here.
art, sometimes I did the coloring, sometimes I did the composition, and it went into the void. Professional.
And then just more cleanups here
That's
for now.
professional just
Or what happened to the...
in someone else's style.
So color propagated over,
Sometimes
maybe?
Sometimes I did so many of those jobs. I was never credited, and I did so many of those jobs, and they were low paying. So I
Okay.
guess the first FTO was Karata is actually when they weren't hiring any.
Okay, so this makes sense to me now, right? You're just kind of pushing colors around to try to get the vibe that you want, while trying to keep the form in mind. There's no texturing, there's no nothing too specific, but just colors and vibes and like general shape. That makes a lot more sense now.
Professional job. The staff had to teach me what Karata is. But I
So
drew
this
a
is both
Karata.
subtractive and
I drew
additive.
the characters playing Karata.
Likely both.
And I worked really hard
Yeah,
at that
this
because I
part
thought,
is
like,
overlapping, so it makes
wow,
sense.
For years and years, I've been doing jobs that when FGO contacted me, I thought job very work that I feel, or I don't really feel. I only take in work that I feel like I can do my best in. if I don't feel like I can support,
So this part here where she
can
pushes a
support the
bunch of
project
stuff
that
into
my
the background.
illustration
I'm
will be
wondering...
used
Oh,
for,
it was just
or
on a separate layer
I
in the
don't
first place.
really
Okay.
feel that motivated to work for it. I feel like it would show in my work.
Oh, it wasn't permanent.
So
It's just
that's why
temporary.
I tried
Okay.
to not take as many of those jobs as possible. A lot of the times, that's not really something possible to do because you got to pay one of my work. Then whatever.
Sorry, if you guys want to
people-
see the interview,
so,
by all means, please look
even
it up.
so, if
I'll
I'm proud
send
of
a
my
link
work,
after
then I
this.
feel like I'm proud of.
I just want a quick review on the... This
just,
wasn't
like,
the one I
jot
watched
down
though in the
everything
past,
I
I'm
need to
sure.
do.
Oh, I see
The
layer
reminders app on
properties being
iPhone
used,
is
like the
a
outline here.
lifesaver. I just like jot down everything I need to do for the day, and I just like.
Oh,
take
and
it,
it's still
like,
on
it
right now.
feels good
So
to
she's
be
pushing it
involved.
around with the settings still on with a texture brush. Some kind of more special brush to get the
But
effect out.
recently, I haven't shifted from work mode
Actually,
for a while.
it's behaving
For
differently from
example,
how
if
Clip
I
Studios will
press
work,
the
no?
idea button too many times,
Or maybe
I'm
it's
just
not.
stuck.
Maybe I just don't remember how it
Then
works.
sometimes I just gonna go somewhere. I'm just gonna eat something nice.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's part one. Oops.
I don't know. I guess if I continue drawing and refining my work, eventually my
Right, so the back isn't necessarily as clean. I don't remember the lines being this clear. I think that, well, there's a lot of magic in this part 3 then. Because up till now, everything kind of makes sense.
It's always that I draw a draft, I draw the thing, and then I edit it afterwards, post-process, pretty much. The drawing part in between, I use a lot of techniques that vary a lot.
This part here
depending
is...
on my mood, I guess. I want to try a lot of different things and different ways that, for example, I see on the internet what my peers and fellow illustrators are doing. So I thought, like, oh, maybe I believe the most usually very lively. They usually ask for very lively stuff. I want it to be fun, lots
That's a
of colors,
fix.
an atmosphere, the outfit and the silhouette easily, like just by a glance.
The fix
If it is
in of
cosplay,
itself was interesting because the
can you
lines were
tell
placed
what kind
first
of
before the
character it
existing ones
is?
were erased.
So yeah, it depends.
I would
a
have
lot
erased it and
how the
redid it.
medium
Well, I would have made a
is,
new layer
used for the illustration. Yep.
to
For
draw
personal
some
works,
temp
I just have
lines.
fun. Anything
And it
that's
makes no
fun
difference
to me.
anyways, but...
Sometimes I have something I want to express or a feeling I want to express, and sometimes I just
Yeah,
not
she's
think at
painting
all, I just
underneath
kind of
the glow
bleh
dodge over here.
on the paper. I like making things.
I don't know, so far nothing
If
special,
I'm
just
really,
cleaning
really
up shapes,
busy,
right? Cleaning
I
up
work
shapes
on
with
the
a
next
little
thing
bit
right
of sort
away.
of
I do not recommend it. Do not do that.
extra color for
I
the
just
shadows.
back to it
Probably it's
and
just
see
picking the darker colors and bringing it out into the light. Picking the darker colors, bringing it out into the light. And
like,
presumably
oh,
the darker
maybe
colors
this
came about
is
just from
a little
gradients, just
better
from the
than I
initial
intended,
adjustments. So
or
everything else so
oh,
far
maybe
makes a
I
lot
see
of
something.
sense. Um,
Like judge it from there.
but there's this sort of nature to the final set of colors, I think, that doesn't look very... it looks like it came maybe from gradient maps or something. There must
I
be a
think
bunch of
that my art
adjustments at the
style
end.
has changed for the better to more like what I want it to be, what I'm more comfortable with. I've
Still
gotten
the
used
shapes.
to interpreting that as my eyes have gotten
Yeah.
better at looking at what's
So
wrong.
this set of pink and stuff is very deliberate. This is the final render, right? So oh, hello Deemer. This is the final render, so they probably did a bunch of rough before this. They already know that they want the color to be there. But this is everything else is kind of just painted straight. This is the only part that is very special because it's a layer that is on top and it's affecting the sort of blue in the bottom, and then they're just kind of painting underneath that layer. So they're
with my
not
picture.
painting over this
And,
adjustment. I think by our workflow that we kind of came out with was it earlier this week, right? Adjustments like these would actually still be painted over. The only things that we won't paint over will be a general sort of overall adjustments that will go
what
across
I
multiple
probably
different parts
maybe need
instead of
to
staying within the same part
refine
here.
a little bit.
So that would be a difference
So
between the
whenever I feel that kind of break
process.
in my work, that's I feel like when I start trying to
Oh, that was
refine my style, just
interesting. So they pushed out
bit
the
by bit.
darker parts, replaced it with something a little bit lighter.
I feel like for me, it
Okay, now there's a bit more color going in, and it's very subtle. Because up to this point kind of makes sense. There's already a little bit of extra sort of yellower grays over there.
So
But then they
whenever I
pushed
feel, like,
the
kind
she
of
pushed the
brick
front
in
here a
my
little bit more
work,
pink.
That's I feel like when I start trying
So the
to
lightening,
refine my style, just a tiny,
I don't know what
a
the
tiny
selection
bit,
was
bit
used
by
for.
bit.
Yeah, did they get more pink? Yeah, there's like more stuff
I
here.
feel,
Where did she get the color from?
I feel,
Maybe just right here. There was like a brief moment where she moused over
I
it.
feel like for me, it developed quite naturally because I just kind of felt, oh,
No, that's not really how I should think about it, right? It's not about just grabbing the color. I guess lighting wise, I think it's interesting to me because there is this additional step, right? If you think about it logically, if you're coming in with a rough already, you kind of know what the light shapes are and the darker shapes are going to be. So if you see like the brighter stuff, right? So this dress that she's wearing, there's already parts where it's like fully in the light, kind of like how these guys are gonna be, being made to be right now. If you have the rough, why would you not have painted these together at the same time? So there's some evolution of like
I feel like
the
for
thing,
me,
maybe?
it developed quite naturally.
That she's painting more and more.
because I just kind of felt, oh,
Because this would have been done together with those things
all of a
from the
sudden,
beginning.
I'm not drawing as well as I remembered. I feel like I could do a lot better. So that's why I try to be very
Alright, so this is the kind of stuff that
my
would be
work,
a little bit trickier to
just
do.
trying to see if like, oh, maybe I
This
could
kind of very
sort of
saturated
add a bit
highlight
more
color.
detail here, sort of make this part a little rounder or such.
Everything is a little bit more...
See the digital form or
contained.
die, experimenting with different techniques and
Oh wow, okay. That is very bold at this stage, but like if you have the rough, I suppose.
over the years as I've been experimenting.
So this is
with
just
different
mostly
techniques, tricky kind of texture.
we're getting the front and the back, some gradients.
Usually for photos, it's usually a tool you work on the day, finish, and experiment with. Like the time I was, it's that a lot of artists you probably expect an illustrator to do. Around the time I was, I do not know why people like my work. I do not know. Thank you very much if you do. For me, I just really like actually my. When I think of the key visual for this exhibition, Pixelhawaiian exhibition, well, being
Was this the
very,
one I
very
went to? I went to
self-aware
someone's
of
exhibition, I
my
forgot
things,
who it
I
was.
knew that the key visual
Whoops.
would be on the window.
Just talking about that one specifically. I just kind of want to see the rendering here, which is kind of unfortunate there. Kind of when you get a tiny window here now.
Title as well.
So internet is kind of
I
slow, huh?
looked up those stuff. I kind of looked up what kind of feeling they had and tried to reflect that in my work. Firstly, I started with what I wanted, the list of exactly what I wanted for this key visual, which is like, behind that middle ground, dimension.
It's like some line art cleaning right now.
So it could be used for goods, I guess. And I wanted to sort of talk a little bit about the character without actually talking. So this is my character, Lit. Birds are her friends, and
it makes a lot of sense, I think, this workflow.
And
so I don't know what kind of rough she would already have done, right? Like what kind of information she is coming in with before she started doing the final set, final illustration here. But the approach has always kind of been from like a very sort of desaturated and lighter and sort of grayer palette, and then slowly bringing in like more and more saturated things. And that kind of helps sort of keep things under control, because rather than coming in with a bunch of stuff that makes you get overwhelmed and then you have to make things lighter, now you just choose where the eyes go, right? Because eyes tend to go more saturated and higher contrast area. So all the process right now is really just kind of bringing into focus things that she wants people to see. So it makes a lot of sense, like this way of working, I think.
during the rough phase, I don't really know how far
This
ahead.
this
I think
process,
the
this
rough
specific
was
step right now
very,
should be on top of
very
everything, I
rough,
would
like
imagine.
stick figure, almost stick figure envision.
Probably be easier, but
sort
I
of
don't know what the layering
look in
setup
the
is.
end.
I'm still waiting for
Because
my
I drew my entire life. If I, for example, like wanna be
overall
different,
adjustment. Like this
that's
is more
the
painting on the
long-term goal.
bird.
Continue in
Okay,
there.
here
You're
maybe.
going to draw more pictures no matter what the outcomes. So, I think it's continue on the moving. It's with vulnerable.
Or maybe not.
Show it. So not saying just what you just show yourself decided and right. So,
Right
2 years
here.
ago, and is trying to enjoy the journey that
Let's
you've
see. I'm just
decided.
gonna wait for it to happen.
As long as you keep at it, there will be people who will eventually resonate with what you bring to the table, and that will be worth it in the end. It's been such a long journey for me, and I want to continue on growing that I would never imagine I am where I am at. Like, I don't know,
Did it happen
2
yet?
years
Wait, hang on,
ago,
what?
5 years ago, 10 years ago. So it will eventually pay off. But nobody knows how. You won't know how once you're here either. I don't know if I'm even here. Yeah.
Color balance or overlay, some kind of, but very minor amount of adjustments. If it even went through, actually, I don't know if it was committed. She definitely tried a bunch of stuff. This set of colors and what I'm looking at here feels very different. Like this is the kind of the final, right? Before we zoomed in here, this feel a little bit more purple than that one did. I don't know. I thought like maybe it was just this specific piece because I remember seeing more colors in her works. Maybe it just wasn't complicated enough because there's a lot of these more complicated colors here, I feel like. I don't know, maybe if there's more work in progress. But it was not as it was not necessarily as insane as I thought it was going to be, I think. Maybe it's with the new experiences that we've had. But like compared to like what I'll say, like Mika Pikazo, where she does a lot of like weird layer effects and a lot of like strongly colored stuff. That one we really kind of have to I don't know how to approach that yet, like mentally. Like over here, if you see this, that's the saturated warm color, saturated greenish, grayish color. There's just a lot more shades of color. I am not sure how these would have went in, because they feel like almost like a gradient map. But I could just be placed manually. Probably is though, I think. Based on what we have seen, there wasn't really that much, at least in the piece that we've seen, there wasn't any sort of gradient maps or overall adjustment that really existed. There was just kind of a tuning of individual parts, presumably with some kind of overlay layer. And then she will pick some color around the area, maybe, in the rendering stage to kind of just brush it in here and there. Actually, there's things that I have to do on the weekend, specifically with regards to where we want to go, I think. Because I need to figure out a specific direction now. As we're pushing rendering and pushing colors, we do kind of have to get a little bit more of a solid direction rather than just kind of doing random things. We're still going to do random things because the exploration helps, but something needs to hold things together so that it's not that messy. Anyways, thank you, Duvedo. It's been a while, I think. Since I took a closer look. Yeah, I think I did go to their. When was this? Wait, no, did I go to them? Why did I feel like I was there? But the timing doesn't seem to make sense then. No, 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 no. I was there. I was there. This was the period of time where I was in Japan. Yeah, this was the one I went. That makes sense. I just have not much recollection of it, but sure, I had a good time. Not convincing. And then Beaver's playing Anfield. Haven't really done anything today. We're already like kind of ending. Why is not clear? Do better. It's not enough volume still, I don't think. This middle part should have more volume still, given the size here. We're talking a bump of like 1.5. It's 1.5. Because if this was done normally, it would have been like this. Length, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4. 3.5 to target. 3.5 to target. Oh, okay, it's a little bit awkward then. It's a bit awkward that she's not doing this instead. Let me try that. Not so sure about this. Around that. I'm just gonna clean this one up. Oops. Front target and back target. Okay. You're missing hair on that side actually. Right. No, it says it's going there, but that doesn't make sense. There should be more stuff here. We're missing stuff. Very, very cool. Sounds good. And what wolf is this? Oh, yeah. Everything's fine. Maybe not yet. One more step. Save. Shit. This is maybe too close. Nice, good. Hello, Fiji Ocean. The eyes are not aligned. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I mean, it is good enough for what is. For what it is, I'd say. No key issues. No recording. Very interesting. Isn't it? That hand kind of big. Or hang on, I'm getting distracted. Either one works. I'm gonna keep the origin. Something. そうですね。What am I looking at here? Am I missing lines here? What? Potential here, that's for sure. Something feels odd about this clothing. I feel like the proportion of the clothing is a bit different. It doesn't feel as wide as it needs to be. It's very long. Maybe we can shift this a little bit higher. Whoa. Oh. Wow, if that's the case, I'm gonna ignore it. I'll shift that later, that's not a problem. I knew it. This was almost somewhere. Let's just delete it. Let's redo it. Oh, hello, Google users. 0. Wasn't there one more 0? I think it might have been the YouTube change from display name into username. Anyways, yeah, it's been a while. Don't remember when the last time it was. Oh, welcome back. I do remember the name. I don't remember if we talked, like, if there's anything specific that we talked about, or anything specific that you've shared. That I do not remember. But I do remember the name for sure. It hasn't, like, I mean, like, I think across all the videos, there hasn't been that many. Like, maybe like 100, 200 unique viewers, I think, at most. And amongst that, like, at most, I would say, like, how many of you guys have chatted? I think it's like 30, maybe, ish. Like 30-ish people that have chatted. So, still quite far away from the limit. Like the 140 limit. I forgot what the limit's name is called. But... yeah. eyes are kind of pixelated because I didn't redraw them after I scaled it up. A little bit confused. Something here doesn't line up properly. I'm not sure what it is. But it's very, very minor though. Yeah, when's the last time a tablet has fallen? It's been a while. It's like 247. That's like 50 streams. Wow, 40 streams ago. Oh, speaking of tablet, holy shit, it's really close to falling. I was gonna say that I kind of figured out like what the best way to do it is. I have to tilt it a little bit to my left, I think. Though I also distinctly remember the last time I said something like that. Well, not the last time, like maybe two times ago. If that makes sense. It immediately fell afterwards, so gotta be careful with not jinx myself here. I have an issue where if I get praised or if I say something, things tend to go wrong immediately afterwards. Say na. Meow. Anyways, if the last time you've seen it is like 20 something, holy shit. I should have kept a counter, I suppose, like a mapping of when each one fell. Well, when each time happened, each fall. Anyway, you get the point. Because it would be interesting stats to look at too, but oh, I'm not on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. But that being said, I do also sleep at 3 AM because I refuse to go to bed early. And the answer to that question is I don't know. Truly, it's kind of hard to because it's like there's three main things, right? That really takes out a lot of time: work, stream, and also keeping yourself alive. Stuff like getting food, stuff like cleaning, stuff like buying groceries and cooking. As rudimentary as my cooking is, it still takes like 20 minutes. Yeah, it is what it is. Like I don't know. You have to take shortcuts as much as you can. Right, you expedite work with ChatGPT if need be. You eat less things, simpler things if need be. With different sleep, living might be a bit generous. I think mostly surviving, I would say. And I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know. Like, what's there to talk about? You just kind of do it, I guess. If you have enough things, if you want it badly enough, I suppose, you just kind of keep pushing and keep pushing. You don't really think about being tired. You just think about what's in front of you, what you need to do, and then you just kind of try and do it. And then if you can't do it, that's kind of where you take a step back and maybe think about like, hey, maybe I should rest a bit more, or maybe I should switch my schedule around. Maybe I should eat better food and more healthier food. You know, like I don't remember. I don't know. I think you probably missed the part where I was super sick for like 3 times in a row. I basically fell sick 3 times in a row because my body couldn't keep up with the increased load. Yeah, like there's a period of time, like end of September. Like, so what happened was that I wanted to push for Live 2D stuff, right? So that's additional loading. And the reason why that was a problem is because I wanted it to be kind of a surprise, right? I wanted to work on stuff off stream so that when it's done, I can present it on stream as though it's like magic for you guys, right? You guys would see nothing and then you guys would see something all of a sudden that's completed. And I thought that's really cool if I could manage it. So I tried to do that. But given my scheduling, it was basically suicidal, I think. It didn't really work out. And then health took a hit. And then after that, my body was super weak and tired most of the time. And I just keep falling sick. It's kind of funny. I was sick for 1 week. I was okay for 1 week. Then I was sick for 2 weeks. And then, but as a result of that, I learned a lot about like where my limits are. So that's also a bit of a silver lining. Now I get a more of like a sort of early warning system where my body starts to react in a specific way, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen this before. It's time to take it easy for a little bit. So yeah, you kind of get anything in life can be an experience, I suppose. Not the best way to learn about it, you know. You gotta learn somehow, I suppose. I don't know if I recommend doing stuff like this. It's just that I don't really have a... At least last year, I think, I didn't really have a healthy enough of a mindset to not do it. If I didn't do it, I would get... I wouldn't be able to sleep anyways, so... Just do it. Now we're a bit more stable, I would say. It really helps to see your effort kind of pay off. Even if it's just a little bit, you'll be like, oh yeah, you know what? I can feel the difference. Things that used to be scary are kind of manageable now. Colors, insane comps. Oh yeah, like workout. Like recently I've been actually trying to go to the gym. Whenever my coworkers go to the gym, I will go to the gym with them. It's very rudimentary for myself. I do some... I don't even bother counting reps. I don't go there with the mindset of trying to bulk. I don't go there with the mindset of trying to be stronger. My whole idea... Well, I do try to want to be stronger, but like not in like a very objective and very structured way, like what we do for art, right? I just kind of go there and I do until I'm really tired. And I don't have to go like super tired, right? Because there's, you know, obviously if I'm working on my arms, I kind of need my arms to draw, you know, like I can't push myself to that limit. Also previously, there was a couple of times where I did some running and I kind of overdid it. And I almost fell sick again. So there is also physical limits on that regard, but... Yeah, we're trying to put on more stuff. I've been playing Arknights in Korean so I can get used to Korean. We're starting our 10-year plan to pick up Korean. So 10 years later, I can speak Korean. A lot of things are happening, I think, in parallel. Generally just trying to do more things in less time. And it's not really my philosophy to kind of do long-term plans like this. I feel like it's really hard for me to really get into the whole long-term idea. But then as art is slowly starting to get better, and I'm slowly trying subscribing to the idea of, like, you know, not necessarily... my whole philosophy for work is always bursts. I will do things in bursts. I'll do it really fast, really quick, really efficiently. And then I'll get super burned out and I'll just do a full reset. And then I'll come back and do it all over again. But it is very tiring. There's a part of this process that you can't really recover from. Not in a short amount of time anyway. So currently, there's a lot of sort of fatigue built up over the decades that I've been doing this. And now that art is showing like, hey, you know, 3 hours a day doesn't sound like a lot. But it really is sort of like stacking up. You can really see and feel it. So now I can be a little bit more like, hey, yeah, you know what? Why don't we start a bunch of processes that's gonna take a while, but it's, you know, we just do a little bit a day. And slowly try to improve our lives that way. That's kind of a... Oh, it's just Genshin music. Here. We're currently at, well, the piece that you were commenting on starts at 47 minutes and... Well, they're about 47 minutes-ish. Yeah. Currently, we're at like 48 minutes. We just transited into the new song. Meow, 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 meow. This set is pretty nice, but it's only really nice in the second half, I feel like, of the video. Because, like, they included a bunch of sort of more ambient, sort of, I don't know, slightly more haunting music that isn't necessarily as relaxing in the beginning. I like the second half, not so much the first half. It is what it is, so. Well, little Faye is done, I guess. I don't know. She looks like she's like maybe 16 in this or something. I didn't really try to control the proportions. I just kind of let things run. Specific genre? I see music less of a... So I do like specific genres. But it not a specific genre, I would say. Because music is very much more of a tool for driving inspiration. So depending on what I'm doing, I rather, like if I'm doing something that I know already, like I've gone through that process multiple times and it's just a very fixed process, right? Then something with a strong beat would be nice. Stuff like EDM, like really, really hardcore party music, where the beat is very strong, it really helps with the work because you're feeling like you're taking one step after another, like the beat is going. You just gotta boom, 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 and then you can keep working. But you burn out pretty quick, right? If I were to choose one though, it would be more sort of melancholic music. Anything that sort of is quieter, has a bit of reverb or more reverb that gives you that sense of space, like you're sitting in like a huge empty room. That is of course air conditioned because you don't want to be kind of warm or kind of cold. You want it just to be a little bit chilly. Huge room, and you're just enjoying that space, I think. Actually, there's one that sort of inspired. Wow, which way was it? I'm not really sure. Nah, it wasn't the inspiration for it, but like, let me see. I'm kind of down with the other one, by the way. For everyone else that is watching. Via is my Faye thingy here. Let me just make a backup real quick before I open it and crash again. Okay, here. So this is the main piece that we're trying to work on, and we are left with a whole bunch of stuffed animals that I want to put in for her. But the whole vibe of the scene is meant to be a little bit more melancholic, a little bit more sad, right? The idea is that like so this is what she's looking at on her screen here. It's like a VR chat world. She's just kind of chilling in there. And the whole lighting situation is meant to be this one is a little bit too lewd. Doesn't really convey the idea as nicely. But everything is pretty dark, right? It's 3 a.m. in the morning and she's just kind of zoning out. And there's a lot of storytelling here. I think I've been through this multiple times. But like despite not showing the character's face and most of her like physical features clearly, this one basically, I think, explores her mental state and her personality and her points of views on life and everything else around her. The most, right? Because the idea of what is on the table, what is organized and what is not organized, what are some of the imagery and sort of ideas being portrayed by some of these elements on the screen, on the walls here, they all sort of feed into her own points of view on herself. And at a glance, this scene would be kind of peaceful, right? She's just enjoying, zoning out in the game, kind of daydreaming. But then she's just kind of like thinking about ending it all kind of moment. She's just kind of sitting there and being like, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if everything just kind of ended? I can take a nice long sleep and we don't have to try so hard anymore. And there's kind of stuff like that. And then specifically, going back to music, right? This is why I brought that on. Is that there's this piece of music that I've always really liked. I hope this doesn't give me any issues with freaking copyright. But I'm gonna swap over here. That's good. And this is just music that's meant to just kind of zone you out. Doesn't really work so well. This is kind of hard to make it work, I think. Yeah, okay, I was trying to put a quick color rough in, but it's kind of hard. Yeah, this song is called Event Departure by Silent Partner. Or maybe the other way around, I'm not really sure which one's the name. But if you guys like watching sort of documentary kind of series of YouTube videos, right? There is a YouTuber in the past, I think they still make videos. They're called Lemino. Lemino? L-E-M-I... Was it M-M-I-N-O? I can't remember. But they used this as one of the outros for a period of time. Yeah. And I really liked it. This music was from like the video that I heard it in was at least back in 2014 or 2015. It was one of those videos on space facts, right? Random space facts. So it's like over 10 years old. But you can hear so there's multiple things I liked about this. You have the reverb, you have that space, right? You have the atmosphere and ambience that's being delivered by the reverb, right? You have piano, which is traditionally a little bit, it feels a little bit more melancholic for myself. But at the same time, there's also this sort of electric guitar in the back. It reminds me of in the past when I was playing StarCraft 2, Wings of Liberty. You have the Terran themes. The Terran themes were really good. One of them was like really good. And it was just an electric guitar reverbing in space. It makes you feel like you're standing in the middle of like a space station out in space, right? Everything is really dark, everything is pretty cold, but you're just a singular person playing an electric guitar and you're just letting the notes ring out into the space, into deep space. But yeah, that's kind of the stuff I like, because the amount of space, it is nice, right? I think like to some people, some of these music feels really sad, feels very haunting, feels very lonely, and I don't disagree. I think some of those things do make sense. But then personally, I feel a lot of these feel very comforting. Maybe it's precisely because it's lonely, precisely because it's sad, precisely because it's so empty, that it sort of resonates. Because I spent a lot of time by myself, and I would just kind of sit there, kind of like this character here is meant to represent myself, right? She carries a lot of the stuff that I thought about, and still do think about, I would imagine. So it's a throwback. I like the fact that a lot of my I don't have that many characters. I think 4 characters is still quite a bit. But like each character serves a lot of purposes. Like they are there to represent a lot of different values and ideas. Whether if it's mine or like the exact opposite of mine, which is just equally as important, I think. But they serve so many different purposes. Apparently this character serves the most purpose. So yeah, anyway, we have the sketch here, I suppose. I can do some light coloring tomorrow, and then this other one that was a failure, and then there's this one that is kind of just a thing, I suppose. It looks a bit weird. I kind of want to swap out the stuffed animal for something else, but then nothing really kind of works here. Ah, okay, thank you. It's probably just too loud, honestly. Let's go back something a bit more normal. Yeah, like right. So I kind of forgot I bumped up the music. It's probably way too loud compared to my voice. Anyway, yeah, music's nice. Music's kind of unfair in that it's always in motion. So it really helps you a lot with coming out of ideas, right? Because inspiration is never static. you see all these images and ideas in your mind as not just a singular image, but like as a scene that is three-dimensional and is interactive. So music's really good for that. Good for setting mood, good for getting things flowing and moving, because it is in itself inherently flowing and moving. But even with all that sort of good things going for music, I still think art is the priority, because if you have a vision to share with people, the only way to establish like a common baseline would be through something visual. Because music is great in that it makes people think, but they all think in separate, different ideas, different ways, and by themselves. It's very hard to pull people together to share a common vision. That, I think you still need something visual. So, anyways, eventually we'll touch on music at some point in time. I need to... This weekend is gonna be a bit of a long weekend. Not because there's like multiple days off, but just because I have to spend some time to kind of sit down again. Last year's streams were a little bit more organized, at least in the beginning of the year, just because I had a roadmap and stuff that I wanted to stay. And then like 3-4 months in, I kind of just lost our way. We still made progress, but I think this year, especially as I mentioned earlier today's stream, like there needs to be some kind of a goal for this sort of style development series. There needs to be some kind of a logical conclusion to it. I can't let it bleed on forever as much as I'd like to, just because there's other parts of my life that is kind of gated behind this this current sequence here. So I need to figure out two things, I think, primarily. The direction that I would like to head in like a more concrete and clear way, right? Specifically, which artists are going to be the main inspiration. That's going to be our main reference as we go ahead. That's number one. Let me write this down. Wait, I didn't have a to-do list from before. Where is it? Oh, here. Fey Lutes. I think I concluded Fey Lutes. Think about week... What the fuck is this word? I think it says weekly. Oh yeah, weeklies. Right, there's a... I think weeklies for the bot. I think a lot of the bot updates I'm just gonna ignore for now. Primarily because it's a little bit too adjacent to what we're trying to achieve here. As long as art is not stable, too many things of my life are getting stuck. I can't quite justify spending too much time on stuff that's not related to art, especially if the thing in and of itself is going to potentially cause more problems, right? Because primarily with the weeklies, we want to keep track of people's streaks, right? We want to keep track of people's progress, which inherently means that there might be issues down the line where people might lose progress, people might get not counted for whatever reason, and I have to debug it. So that opens up the can of worms, which I don't want to do right now. The Live 2D commission for Faye, I think this is something I still want to proceed, right? I want to turn this character into a Live 2D model, which will be controlled by some kind of a bot that I want to set up that will automatically interact with you guys and whatnot. I think that would be kind of cool. But that is a really difficult project to undertake by myself, because there's way too many moving parts in that. But that being said, it's still something I kind of work on. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to propagate some of the stuff over. Shit. Anyways, I'm going to propagate some of the problems over here. To-do list. So number one, the Live 2D idea, right? Primarily, this is going to be communication, I think. At this stage in time, I do need to just figure out who I want to commission, right? Who is the rigger, basically. So this word is a bit dangerous, I think, on stream. Maybe I'll not use this word. Who is a Live 2D artist? I think it's probably better. My handwriting is not the clearest, so having those letters lined up in that manner might be a little bit too dangerous. So that's number one. Number two, I think that's an extension of this, I suppose. It's more of like just... Okay, let me write down what is it that I want to do. Right, this weekend's most important thing is so direction, reference artists. That's number one. Number two would be the sort of logical conclusion, or rather 2B, I guess. So it's not to say that once we hit this sort of conclusion, we're gonna never stream again. But I do think the current set of streams should have a sort of more what's the word? Just a conclusion. And be like, hey, we have our style now, right? Something like that. It's gonna be a lifelong process for sure. But then specifically, I think there should be a checkpoint where I'm like, hey, I feel truly comfortable now. I feel like if we want to render things, we want to draw a scene, we have the skills necessary to convey our ideas clear enough that it gets through to people. And the workflow is smooth enough and established, right? The kind of brushes, the texture brushes, the type of colors that we like, the gamuts that we like, the color palettes that we like. All those things, once those are kind of somewhat established, that would be a logical kind of conclusion. Sorry, this one here. This is the thing that I'm thinking of this, by the way, the virus. Also, hello, the virus. I know you're always here, basically, but anyways, hello, the virus. But what I'm gonna do for this primarily is just I'm gonna go through my list of artists, and I'm going to just do what I always did, right? How do I feel about this piece? And in the past, I would just kind of do like, oh, I feel great, I like it. But now I need to know why. I need to be more explicitly. I need to be able to like say why is it that I like it, not just a feeling of why, not just a feeling of liking it, but specifically why I like it. It goes back to the whole sort of what is art to myself, right? In terms of what is where's the document? This piece of thing that I want to turn into a video. Yes, welcome back, Google user. I think this is like the most important video of my life, I think, of the entire channel. Is everything that I've learned and experienced over the past 10, 11 years as we're heading into, compounded into, like, compressed and distilled into a singular video about what is art to myself, how I view it, and how to break it down, and what are the pitfalls of like misguided thinking, like all the holes that I went down, that I try to dig myself out of. I'm gonna put it into one video under a singular mental model, right? The idea of models is that it's there to explain things, right? Physics models are there to explain physics phenomena. So this art model needs to not only explain what art is, but also why is it that people will feel certain ways about certain things. Like, for example, like if you draw something and you feel like you can draw it now, you draw something good, right? Maybe you draw like a face today. You've never been able to draw like a good set of faces, but today you draw a really good face. And then tomorrow you come back, you can't draw it again. So within the confines of this model, the explanation will be something maybe along the lines of like, you know, the way that the information, like what is good versus what is bad, what the difference is maybe specific ratios between specific parts of the faces, right? And maybe you got it by chance for yesterday, right? Maybe, sorry, Google user, the video is not made yet. This is like what I want to make. But let's say yesterday you were drawing like a front view face, and then you managed to hit it on the nose, and you got something that you really like. But today you're trying to draw a side view face, and you're wondering why it feels different, why the proportion might not be able to hit. But it would be because there are certain specific proportions that only work for that thing, but then it doesn't work for this thing. And why is it that you are unable to sort of make it work for today? It's because, hey, you don't really have a structure behind what you're drawing. Maybe you need to figure out that structure. And nothing in here is necessarily new, per se. Like, I think if you've learned art, or if you've tried to, like, if you've gone through lessons, or just like this, your own research, you would have came across the same ideas, right? Draw guidelines, learn the structures, learn the 3D shapes, understand how things work in perspective. But it's just a different sort of way of thinking, because I feel like a lot of the information out there, at least for myself, felt very disjointed. There is no sort of like one comprehensive pathway from like zero into something. And naturally, I don't think this is going to work for everyone, right? But the whole point of my channel is to create something that my past self would want. So this is why I want to make it. It would just compress everything that I've learned, and I just dump it in a video form. And this is why I need a new computer, so that we have a stable enough computer so I can record some time lapses of me doing junk on stream to use as a backdrop for this video, because this video will be primarily a lot of talking, I think. That in and of itself is also a problem, because we're not leveraging the video medium by itself that well. So But anyways, that's kind of the... I don't know why I went on that tangent, by the way. I always forget. Right, sorry. Because the virus was asking about my process for number 2. Yeah. So the directions thing, like for example, this piece in the reference board here. In the past, I would just be like, I like it. Now I know why I like it. I like the specific combination of red and this gray purplish color. So that's why I like it. Right? I know specifically it's because of the color. Not necessarily because of the rendering, not necessarily because of the composition or the theming or the ideas or the shapes. Just the colors. And then now I can sort of classify it as like a master reference for color palette. So I think I need to compile this final set of reference, at least like a beginning of the end kind of reference, and help myself with that. Intuitive feelings will probably need something instructive to autistic level. Yeah, I think, right, the explanation between like what is talent, right? I think the T word that we've talking about before, I think also kind of want to put it in here. Right, talent is the sort of natural aptitude for something, right? So also known as intuition. Some people just kind of inherently know things that will make sense, why it will look good. Not why it will look good, but that it would look good, right? They won't be able to enunciate it and sort of talk about why in an objective way that it will look good, but they will know that it look good and they will be able to do it. But for me, I need a lot of structure to hold things in place. That's kind of what this is. What else is there on the to-do list? So we have so this is something I do want to explore. We have our thing here, new computer. In terms of stuff that we are currently working on, we have some sketches that we want to color. There's an E here. And then like, sorry, there's no C here. Oh my god. Sketches here. We have some, I want to make some light animations. Oh, wait, hang on. I just realized there's another control sequence here. So there's a lot of my own lingo, by the way. I need to figure out how to explain some of these ideas in like normal people language. So studies need to be more technical. Drawing needs to be more vibey / loose. Yes, no, the virus, I completely get your point of view. I think it is definitely because there is no shortcuts, right? I think that is established. It is just having a sort of structure in place to understand where you are in this process. Why are you maybe not satisfied with where you are, and how you might be able to move forwards, right? Given a specific goal. I think that's the structure that is necessary. Because like when people learn art, you're just thrown into this huge fucking solution space that there are so many solutions, right? Like the problem with art is that compared to math and science, there is no singular truth. There is a range of truth. And then from a third party perspective, it is like it sounds great, right? If you're looking at this from a third party, you're like, hey, your topic of study have so many correct solutions. Just pick one. There's so many. Just pick one. It's not like math and science. You have to get the singular correct answer, right? But you, as the artist, you still only have one correct answer, the one that you want. But you don't know where it is now because no one else can guide you to it. Math and science, there's only one answer. Any single teacher out there can teach you how to find the one singular correct answer. But in art, no one single person can tell you exactly where you want to be because they don't know. Maybe they have an idea, maybe they don't have an idea, right? But at the end of the day, they don't know what is it that you want because you don't necessarily know what is it that you want. And then there's this just huge mess in front of you. And how do you approach, I guess, is the thing. I think I'm still kind of in the process of that, that's for sure. Yeah, this is like a how to learn art video, basically, right? It is a how to think about art video. It is a how to learn art video. Like what are studies? How to use studies? What exactly a study is there to do, right? Like there are people who ask questions like, how long should you spend on a study? Or what is it that you should do on a study? Are you allowed to pick colors? Are you allowed to trace? Are you allowed to use guidelines or stuff like that? You know, there are a lot of these kind of questions But the only reason why they exist is because you don't really understand what the structure, what the study is for. Like if you, for example, want to study the color of this thing, this reference here, is it okay to trace the shapes? I would say 100% yes, because your focus is on color. And you don't want to waste time necessarily. Like, I wouldn't say waste, perhaps, but waste is a bit of a strong word. But you don't necessarily want to spend extra time trying to figure out the proportions and the shapes when you just want to focus on the color, right? You really probably want to just trace it, at least for me personally, because I know that when I start doing just color blobs, right? If the color blobs are sort of in the wrong proportion, they make me feel bad and they make it harder for me to continue. And therefore, tracing is the correct answer because I can take that out of the equation, right? The reason why this art model that I want to come out with is very sort of broken down into very individual parts of art is because when people say tackle one thing at a time, they don't really tell you how to tackle one thing at a time specifically. If you need to kind of see every single part in order to only choose one part. If you're only saying tackle just anatomy, there can still be a lot of things that kind of feed into this and sort of affect you. Stuff like line art, perhaps, right? Might also affect how you feel about the art, but you need to be aware of the fact that line art is going to make you feel different. Then you can sort of take that out of the equation, and now you're truly only focusing on proportion, something like that. It is a very loaded video. If I want to make it, it's very hard to sort of explain it very clearly in a video, and I don't know if I can do it because a lot of the ideas here is more personal experience driven, so it's kind of hard to be like, yeah, this is going to work for you, and it's also kind of hard for me to tell if this is going to make sense, because it makes sense to me, right? But anyways, that's the thing. Let's chat. Monitoring. No, the spectrum is out to limit test HK. Yeah, I think best case scenario, I think it will serve as a guide. I think worst case scenario is gonna not make a single piece of sense to some people, I think. And I think that's just how it is. A lot of different ways to approach the same thing. A lot of different correct answers at the end of the day. So it is, yeah. I'm also taking the time here to sort of collect a bunch of stuff that makes that it's like mindset kind of thing, right? But I don't want things to be as vague as some of the stuff I've seen out there. Some people are like, you know, one thing at a time, be mindful and be aware of what you're doing. But specifically, what does that mean when it comes to doing a piece of work, right? What does it mean by one thing at a time, specifically, right? I would argue that if you're doing a study, if you're just practicing and you just want to improve on one aspect, that one aspect can be really tiny. It can specifically just be the kind of line weight that you would do maybe for clothing folds. That's it. Everything else can regress, it's fine. It can be worse than what you have ever done in your entire life. The proportion can be the worst thing ever. But if you can control the line weight in a way that looks a little bit more appealing, then I would say it's a win and stuff like that. But then everything is too intertwined too. Because if proportion looks bad, it's going to look bad at the end of the day. Anyways, it's a bit of a mess. I don't really know how to present my ideas just yet. So that's going to be on hold for now. Not to mention we just don't quite have the time yet. And then... Yeah, I mean, that's great. I think that's great. Like, I think so. Let me just explain what I'm feeling, right? The moment I saw that, the first thing I thought is that, like, because you mentioned specifically how to learn an importance of documenting thing. For me, documenting is less of, because documenting kind of implies that you're gonna go back and look through it and sort of check out maybe if there's some patterns over the years, over the streams and stuff, and see if you can glean something else more from what you've documented. But for me, the documentation is less of truly like a documentation for reference, but more of just a way of being very clear about my line of thought. Because a lot of times I skip over different things and I just give up, right? being on stream, being in front of people, having to present my ideas in a way that has to make sense to other people, forces the line of thinking to be really clear. A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. I need to be very clear on why is it that I feel a certain thing, a certain way about a certain thing, and then try to compare with why other people feel differently. And then in that process, I learn things. So it's less of the documenting and just the actual action of doing it. But it's great, right? Of course, people are going to learn different things from the same piece of media and the same experience. I think that's great. That's pretty good. I think my biggest takeaway is definitely that actually there's a lot of takeaways for me. Actually, there's a lot of takeaways. One of the ones that comes to mind is just that things are really not that scary. Like, how do I say this? Like, I'm the type of person that wants to see the entire path first before I take a first step, because I need to know that this path is going to lead to the solution. And that gives me the confidence and the to know that like we're going towards somewhere, right? But art inherently, you can't really see the end. You don't have the experience. You don't have anyone to guide you. And even if you do have someone to guide you, you have to trust that the judgment is correct. So for the most part, you're on your own. And it's a very scary thing. And then in a more concrete way, let's say just exploring for colors. Drawing poses, drawing proportions, drawing different angles. What I've come to learn is that it's not necessarily that scary. Like, there are so many times on stream that I'm kind of stuck, that I have no idea what is it that I'm doing. I have no idea how to proceed forwards. I just feel really terrible, right? I feel very bad about what I'm doing. I feel very bad about the fact that I'm kind of wasting people's times, because people come here for different reasons, but I imagine they at least want to see good art, right? And I'm just kind of stuck, right? But then what I've come to feel like over so many times of failing and getting stuck and then recovering is that you just keep going. Eventually you will find something. You will either, number one, find something by chance and just learn something from that one specific solution to that question that you have. Number two, you can maybe talk out loud. I do a lot of talking when I get stuck. I will talk out loud and be like, hey, I'm trying to do this thing. This is what I want to do. But what do I have here? What do I feel about it? And what do I think is the problem here? And then it lays the solution, lays the problem out, and I can tackle each thing one by one, try different things here and there, and then maybe figure things out that way. And then last thing is the most important thing, is that I can sometimes just not figure it out, and that's completely fine. And this is a really insane sort of discovery, because it is not so much necessarily about always succeeding and finding a solution, but just sort of remembering that there is this failure that you have had, right? So if I spend 3 hours and nothing come out at the end, I didn't lose anything, because that experience of this pain in the ass process of suffering for 3 hours and having nothing to show for it is what I'm taking away from it. That getting stuck and facing this problem, this experience somehow comes back in the future. There are times where I get stuck, and I remember that there was this other time that I got stuck. I don't have anything concrete right now, unfortunately. But then, because I have gotten stuck in a different way before, and I'm getting stuck in another way now, I put the two and two together and be like, hey, why don't I try this direction? Or, I know that previous solution did not work, so now I can try a different way. Or I may not even see a way to try, but I come to the realization that, hey, I think I have to just step out of my comfort zone here. I think maybe the way forwards is not to keep things looking nice, but to just break everything and restart. I like the most recent one with these ones here, right? I have the black and white value painting ready. I could have tried to continue figuring out with a gradient map or whatever. But then I come to realize that in the past, I have a lot of problems with having colors already on screen and then trying to change that to something else, because what is already on screen is constantly sort of skewing my perception. So rather than doing that, I'm just going to toss everything out. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to start from a white canvas again. I have the line art now, and on top of that, I have a value painting that I can reference, right? I'm not jumping off of directly painting on top of that or using gradient maps or using the values I have there, but I still have it as a reference, so that's fine. And then I'd be like, oh, okay, new way of doing things, I suppose. And then we tried it and it worked. Right? It's fine now. So now that I've overcome this hurdle of painting again from scratch, then it builds into the next experience. It's like, okay, yeah, it's not really that scary anymore to do colors, right? It's gonna look like shit in the beginning, but we've already done it once. We can do it again, and now we do it again. And I think that's kind of one of the most important takeaways. It's just that like failing is fine. I think people always say like failing is fine, failure is the mother of all success, but no one really puts it into like a concrete way of why that is the case. But I can also fully appreciate why that is also really hard to do. If not, like, doesn't make any sense, right? Because experiences are very personal, very specific to the thing that you're doing. Even if they did give an analogy, I don't think I would have understood anyways. But 300 streams later, here we are, and I have my own sort of ideas and understanding of what it means to have failure as a mother of all success. You just kind of grind it out. It's fine. Like today, I didn't manage to do any colors. It's fine, right? It's fine. We did some line art. We did some new idea generation. Actually, even for like these recent things, I'm starting to realize the way that my brain works is that when I first start to draw, that initial ramp up into like a state where I can draw stuff a little bit more freely and loosely, it's a bit longer than I expected. It's like an hour, 2 hours actually, worth of just sketching terrible things that I don't like. We did that yesterday too, and unfortunately I don't have anything to show for it because we kind of got nuked by the crash. But there were quite a few sketches yesterday that just didn't really go anywhere. Where is it? I think I took like a screenshot here. I think like there was this one that I don't really like the proportion of. I don't really know what I was going. I don't know what the problem was. It just didn't look that good. There was the other idea where she's kind of sitting on her tail. Didn't really have time to look into that. And I think there was like some other stuff that I've tried, but I didn't bother taking a screenshot of because it was just junk anyways. But at the end of the day, we still did manage to come up with the idea for this. So, great stuff, like a lot of junk. Streams are, yeah, streams are great. It just kind of forces me to be in the moment. That's kind of what the mindful thing is talking about. The one thing at a time, be mindful. Anyways, all of these things are like just, I would personally think are like really important pieces of information. The only issue is whether if I can convey the idea clear enough in a way that makes sense enough, that's relatable enough that people can leverage it. Because otherwise, I would just be like one of those guys that I was talking about, just saying that, hey, work on one thing at a time. But then there will be nothing behind it to sort of back it up. This video, I don't know when it's going to come out. It is really hard to make for a lot of different reasons, right? I need to make sure the model makes sense, that is able to account for a lot of different things. That's number one. I have to present it, I have to find a way to present it in a way that's easy to understand and relatable. That's number two. And I have to make sure that everything that is abstract that I'm presenting needs to have something concrete that backs it up. A very specific example, or a pathway that will make sense, right? Yeah, like why is it that like studies make sense? Because observational skills are important. Why is observational skills important? Because it gives you the basis of doing all these other things afterwards. It should be like a skill tree. If I did it well, it should be like a skill tree where you pick up the first skill and then ideally, right? Ideally, what it should look like is as a beginner, you're looking at this skill tree and you're like, okay, I need to work on this thing first. What does it mean to work on this thing? What should I do? Okay, I should do studies. I should do it in this specific way. And what should I look out for when I'm doing for the studies? How do I know that I'm making progress? I should feel this thing. I should find myself to be able to be capable of doing certain things. And when I reach the level, I, as a beginner who is following this guide, would then know that I can move on to the next step. I have completed this part of the skill tree, and then I can do the next step. Like, if I can do it to that extent, it will be super clear and super concrete and very actionable, because you can look at it and just do it. But if you want to, is one thing, right? That's a completely separate thing, because you have to trust in my process, which is, you know, I wouldn't trust in anyone else's process. So I'm not trying to force anyone to do it. But for myself, I think having this structure would have been Would have been a lifesaver, I would say. Just need to find time to make this happen here. But one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Currently, the main thing is to deal with the setting of direction of the stream and figuring out our new roadmap here. This is probably the most important thing. These things I want to get done over the weekend. This is idea generation. This is for next week. And then these things I need to get over the weekend. This is like a long-term goal. So long-term. So this is kind of currently the to-do list, basically. That's what this is. Did I miss anything? No, I think that's it, right? I think there's some Blender stuff, but those kind of things I think I'm just gonna ignore for now. We need this guy. This guy is what is gonna determine if we're gonna do 3D, if we're going to do more texture, what kind of textures to use, the gamut / palette. Oops. How do you spell palette? Whatever. More L's and more T's. The clumps / ratios of char versus BG. So yeah, from here and then this logical conclusion. This one specifically is versus consistency. So proficiency specifically refers to the workflow and the process, how stable it is. And consistency is just consistency. So establish workflows and process and establish brushes to use for specific sort of materials. I mean, to some extent, these are kind of related though, but like, yeah, they're kind of related. They're kind of the same thing. Because consistency just means that these guys are always, that we found something that is established, that we like, and therefore we can always do it, and we always want to do it, and therefore it is consistent. That is basically saying the same thing. Yeah, okay, fair, I think. And this is just for art. Ah, my god, I still have some other to-do stuff that I need to sort out. Oh, okay, I see. Right. Action. My handwriting is super terrible, by the way. Like, all these words are being cut in letters are being cut in half. Theming sequence. Who is what category is that? No, that's not a separate category. Then it will be here, no? So this here is theming actually. Okay, this is what this is. So I need to figure out the direction and specifically all the nitty-gritty details of the kind of direction I want to go into. From there, I also need to kind of figure out what kind of logical conclusion is going to be, right? So essentially we're here. I'm trying to figure out which direction to go in. Which direction we want to go in. Let's say we want to go in this direction. I need to figure out how far we're going to go right? This is the sort of proficiency and consistency, because as we're progressing towards the direction, towards some kind of mythical goal here, we're never gonna hit this perfectly. We just need to get to some distance here where we are satisfied, and I need to know what that looks like and feels like. And then once we have that, we will have a very concrete sort of positioning here, a goal that we want to achieve here. Then based on this goal here, I can plan out what the scheduling is like here. That's how 2A to 2B and 2C is going to flow into each other. That's the idea here. And specifically, if I want to get to this position, right? That position has multiple things, right? One is the sort of technical side of it, 3D texture, gamut, that kind of stuff. Those we'll just sort of practice through via studies. But at the same time, we also need to work towards a direction where it is more original. We need to come out with our own ideas and own styles and stuff like that. So there needs to be original work done. There needs to be theming done. So there needs to be some kind of a balance between the two. And also, in order for studies to be effective, for us to effectively take steps forwards, we do kind of need to make sure that we apply studies into our original stuff. So there needs to be some kind of a balance here. I'm not going to know what the balance is going to be. So this is going to be an ongoing process of doing and doing and doing and trying and figuring out if it works or didn't work. And yeah, I think that's kind of where the stream is going to head towards. It's already February. Actually, the first week of February is already over. It's kind of scary how time flies here. But yeah. Okay, let me do one more. Versus goofing off, right? Which is this, basically. Yeah, okay. Anyways. But yeah, that's it for today, I would say. Thank you guys for coming and listening to me rant again. I always get a little bit too excited when it comes to talking about the process. Oh shit, I better save this. Holy shit. But anyways, thank you guys for coming. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll just continue working on these two as I sort out my computer situation here. And then once that's ready, we'll go back to whatever they were doing before. But yes, the virus. Always happy to have you here. Hello, Demers. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, and good night. Goodbye.